Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient halls of Irondeep Mountain trembled with the rhythmic pounding of 1,000 dwarven hammers striking anvils in perfect unison. Gold and silver banners adorned with the crest of the Steelbeard clan hung from stalactites that had witnessed the coronation of 100 kings before this day. Prince Thoradin Ironfoot stood before the Anvil of Ages, his broad shoulders squared beneath ceremonial armor that gleamed with runes of power and ancestral blessings. Today, he would become King Thoradin, Hammer Lord of the Seven Deeps. Bring forth the creation hammer, intoned high for Master Durgan, his voice echoing through the vast underground cathedral hewn from living stone over millennia. The sacred relic, passed down through 15 generations of dwarven kings, was carried forward on a cushion of woven mithril threads. Its handle was wrapped in the leather of a beast long extinct, its head forged from a metal no living dwarf knew how to create. Legend claimed it was the very hammer that shaped the mountains themselves when the world was young. As the ceremonial words faded, Thoradin reached for the hammer, his fingers just brushing its ancient handle when a blinding light erupted from the relic. A hairline crack appeared across its immaculate surface, then widened into a jagged lightning bolt of fracture. Before the horrified eyes of the assembled dwarven nobility, the creation hammer split in two with a thunderous crack. Arcane energy burst outward, knocking many off their feet. In the silence that followed, Thoradin alone remained standing, cradling the shattered pieces, his mind filled with visions he could not comprehend of dwarves and elves standing side by side beneath twin moons, wearing crowns of intertwined metal and living wood. Treachery, cried an elder from the Stone Council. The prince has destroyed our most sacred relic. The elves, spat another. This reeks of their foul magic. Far away, beneath the eternally blooming canopy of the everpetal forest, a parallel scene of chaos unfolded. The elegant spires of the elven capital Silver Haven glittered in the dappled sunlight as Princess Nimriel Lightsheart approached the ancient Heartwood throne during the renewal ceremony. The crown of 4 seasons crafted from enchanted silver that blossomed with different flowers as the year progressed was lowered toward her golden tresses. The moment the crown touched her head, it shattered into glittering fragments. Princess Nimriel collapsed to the moss-covered stones, her consciousness swept away into visions of dwarven halls and a broken hammer. The gathered elven nobility erupted in panic and accusation, many pointing fingers at the dwarven kingdoms that had been their ancient enemies. The crown has rejected her. Dwarven sabotage. This is an act of war. When Nimriel awoke in her chambers hours later, she found herself under guard, no longer a princess awaiting coronation, but a suspected traitor. The High Council had discovered an ancient dwarven symbol etched into the fragments of the shattered crown, proof in their eyes of her collusion with the mountain dwellers. That night, with only the twin moons as witnesses, Nimriel slipped past her guards with the grace her people were known for. With nothing but a small pack containing the crown fragments and her father's enchanted bow, she vanished into the depths of the forest, determined to uncover the truth behind her visions. 3 days' journey from Irondeep Mountain, Thoradin stumbled through a mountain pass, the broken pieces of the creation hammer strapped to his back. Sentenced to exile until he could restore the ancient relic or prove his innocence, he had chosen to follow the strange visions that plagued his dreams, visions that led him eastward toward the forbidden elven territories. A spring blizzard had caught him unprepared on the high mountain trail. His dwarven constitution, though hardy, was failing against the biting cold. As consciousness began to fade, Thoradin glimpsed a flicker of light through the howling whiteness. Using the last of his strength, he trudged toward it. The cave was shallow, but offered shelter from the storm. Thoradin almost didn't notice the figure huddled against the far wall until a melodious voice cut through the howling wind. One step closer, dwarf, and my arrow will find your heart, even in the dim light. He recognized the unmistakable silhouette of an elf, bow drawn and ready. Thoradin's hand moved instinctively to the war axe at his belt. I seek only shelter from the storm, elf. Keep to your side of the cave, and I shall keep to mine. Nimriel lowered her bow slightly, but kept it ready. Strange to find a dwarf so far from your mountains, especially in such weather. I could say the same of an elf away from their precious trees, Thoradin replied gruffly, setting down his pack with a heavy metallic clank. The sound drew Nimriel's attention. What do you carry that sings with such ancient power? Before Thoradin could answer, a tremor shook the small cave, dislodging snow from the entrance and plunging them into darkness. Instinctively, both reached for their packs. Nimriel withdrew a small crystal that emanated soft silver light, while Thoradin produced a chunk of the broken hammer, which pulsed with a golden glow. The moment both fragments illuminated the cave, they pulled toward each other like lodestones. Nimriel gasped as the crown piece in her hand flew across the space between them, colliding with Thoradin's hammer fragment with a sound like distant bells. Where the pieces met, an image appeared in the air between the elf and dwarf, a symbol neither recognized yet both somehow knew. A tree whose roots transformed into a mountain, encircled by two interlocking rings. The unison mark. They whispered in unison, then stared at each other in shock. The storm raged for 3 days, trapping the unlikely pair together. Initial hostility gave way to cautious conversation as they discovered they shared the same plight, accused of destroying sacred relics, haunted by similar visions, and driven to seek answers in the wilderness. On the third night, as they examined the fragments that continued to resonate with each other, Nimriel noticed something peculiar. These inscriptions, they're neither elven nor dwarven, yet somehow I feel I should be able to read them. Thoradin nodded slowly. The visions. They feel like memories, but not my own. Perhaps, Nimriel suggested, they are memories of the world. The ancient histories speak of a time before the Sundering, when our races were not enemies. As dawn broke and the storm cleared, they made a decision that would have been unthinkable days earlier to journey together to the one place that might hold answers. The Forbidden Valley of Echoes, where legend claimed the last battle between elves and dwarves had been fought 5,000 years ago. Their journey was perilous. They navigated treacherous mountain passes where Thoradin's sure footing saved Nimriel from plummeting to her death. They crossed vast plains where Nimriel's keen eyes spotted a hunting griffin in time for them to seek shelter. Through it all, centuries of racial prejudice slowly gave way to grudging respect. Your people craft beauty from nothing, Thoradin admitted one evening as Nimriel used magic to coax flowers into bloom around their campsite. And yours shape stone as if it were clay, she returned, examining the intricate support he had built to reinforce a damaged bridge they had crossed earlier that day. When they finally reached the mist-shrouded Valley of Echoes, they found not the battlefield of legend, but a hidden sanctuary. Ancient stone structures, neither dwarven nor elven, yet somehow both, emerged from the mist. At the center stood a weathered temple, whose entrance bore the same symbol they had seen when the fragments merged the unison mark. Within the temple, walls inscribed with a forgotten script told a story that shattered everything they believed. The fragments of crown and hammer resonated with the ancient stone, projecting images that filled the chamber with light and shadow. They saw the truth. 5 millennia ago, elves and dwarves had been a single civilization, guardians of the world's balance. The crown of seasons grew and harvested magic while the creation hammer shaped and directed it. Together, they maintained harmony between the elements. When a primordial darkness threatened to consume the world, the most powerful elven seers and dwarven runesmiths made a desperate pact with elemental spirits. They would divide their race and their artifacts, splitting their unified power into complementary forces of creation and growth. The price was memory. All knowledge of their shared past was stripped away, replaced with fabricated histories of conflict to ensure the separation remained complete. For 5,000 years, the plan had worked. The darkness remained contained. Until now, as the vision faded, the temple began to tremble. From the shadows emerged spectral guardians, half-formed creatures of stone and root. Defilers, they hissed. The secret must remain buried. Thoradin hefted his war axe. "Get behind me." But Nimriel was already knocking an arrow to her bow. "I stand beside you, not behind you, dwarf," she said with fierce determination. As they fought back to back against the ancient guardians, something remarkable happened. When Nimriel's enchanted arrows passed near Thoradin, they took on the properties of stone. When Thoradin's axe swung close to Nimriel, it left trails of living sparks that bloomed into thorny vines where they struck. Together, Nimriel cried, understanding dawning. They pressed the broken fragments together, hammer and crown, and raised them high. Light exploded outward, dissolving the guardians and illuminating the chamber. Where the pieces met, they began to meld. Neither fully hammer nor fully crown, but something new altogether. The rumbling stopped. In the silence that followed, Thoradin and Nimriel gazed at the partially restored artifact in their hands. "It's not complete," Thoradin observed. "There are still pieces missing," Nimriel nodded, "and forces that will resist what we've discovered. The false histories benefit many who profit from our division. Then we find the remaining pieces," Thoradin said firmly. "And we remind our peoples of who we truly are." As they emerged from the temple, they found the mist had cleared from the valley, revealing not just a sanctuary but a hidden kingdom, buildings and forges and gardens long abandoned, but waiting to be awakened. "The throne of 2 crowns," Nimriel whispered, recalling words from the temple inscriptions. "Not a place, but a covenant. A promise that we are stronger together than apart." Thoradin gazed at the half-elven, half-dwarven princess beside him, seeing her not as an enemy, but as what she truly was, the other half of a broken whole, just like their artifacts. "They will call us traitors," he said. "They will call us worse," she replied with a small smile. "But one day, they will call us something else. What is that?" Her eyes gleamed with the light of ancient magic and new possibility. "Peacemakers. Truth bringers. Perhaps even friends above them." For the first time in 5 millennia, the twin moons aligned perfectly, casting a single shadow across the valley, not to races divided, but one people who had forgotten their shared destiny. Until now. Story 2. The Singing Stone stood sentinel in the twilight veil, that curious stretch of land claimed by neither elf nor dwarf. Ancient beyond reckoning, the monolith rose 30 feet from the mist-shrouded ground, its surface etched with spiraling symbols that scholars from both realms had failed to decipher for millennia. Neither race ventured there willingly. each claiming the other had tainted the once sacred ground. For countless generations, the stone had remained silent, a forgotten relic of an age-long past, until the first day of the blood moon, when it began to sing. The melody drifted through the morning fog, reaching first the sensitive ears of the elves in their crystal spires of Silverleaf Haven. Lyrindel Wise-Eyes, master archivist of the Astral Library, was cataloging ancient scrolls when the sound caressed his ears like a half-remembered dream. His quill froze mid-stroke, azure ink pooling on the parchment as the haunting notes resonated within his very bones. "Impossible," he whispered, his silver eyes widening. Yet even as the word left his lips, he was already reaching for his starwood staff and the leather-bound journal that had never left his side in 300 years of scholarship. Far below, beneath the roots of the world, the song penetrated stone and earth, winding its way through the intricately carved tunnels of Cos Drakkar, the greatest of the dwarven strongholds. Deep in his alchemical laboratory, Master Draugr Blackstone paused as he held a vial of bubbling liquid over an ancient formula. The delicate glass shattered in his grip as the melody touched something primal within him. "The stone awakens," he growled, his braided beard quivering with disbelief. Wiping his bloodied hand on his leather apron, he reached for the ironwood case containing instruments no other dwarf was permitted to touch. The Council of Starlight convened within the hour, the eldest and wisest of elvenkind gathering beneath the domed ceiling of Mother of Pearl that reflected the eternal constellations of their ancestors. "The singing stone has awakened," announced High Priestess Alindra, her voice like wind through summer leaves. "After 10,000 years of silence, it calls to us a dwarven trick," scoffed Commander Thalorian, his hand resting on the hilt of a blade said to have tasted the blood of 100 dwarven champions. "They seek to lure us into the Vale for an ambush." The High Priestess fixed him with a gaze that had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms. "The song speaks of things that predate even our oldest histories, Commander. We must know its meaning. Lyrindel Wise-Eyes will journey to this stone as our emissary." Lyrindel bowed deeply, concealing both his surprise and his eagerness behind a mask of serene acceptance. As the youngest master archivist in 5 centuries, he had often been overlooked by the council. Now they would entrust him with unraveling the greatest mystery of their age. "I shall depart at dawn," he said, his melodic voice betraying none of the excitement surging through his veins. Meanwhile, in the smoky great hall of Cos Drakkar, King Bromder Ironshield slammed his goblet down upon the stone table, silencing the heated debate among his advisors. "Enough," he roared, his voice echoing off the distant ceiling, supported by massive columns carved to resemble ancient dwarven heroes. "The elves will certainly investigate this phenomenon. We cannot allow their meddling with a power they cannot understand." The king's gaze swept across his council before settling on a stocky figure whose beard was adorned with metal rings denoting alchemical mastery. "Master Blackstone, you have studied the old lore longer than any living dwarf. You will journey to this stone and discover its secrets before those tree-dwelling stargazers corrupt it with their chaotic magic." Draugr's bushy eyebrows rose in surprise. For decades, his fascination with ancient powers had made him an outsider among his own kind, who preferred the certainty of steel and stone to the unpredictable nature of mystical energies. "As you command, my king," he replied, mentally cataloging the instruments and reagents he would need for such an expedition. Dawn painted the sky in hues of amber, and rose as Lyrindel crossed the eastern border of elven lands. Dressed in robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver constellations, he cut a striking figure against the awakening landscape. His pack contained only essential items, ancient texts referencing the stone, instruments to record its song, and provisions that would sustain him for the week-long journey. What the council didn't know was that Lyrindel had been studying the singing stone obsessively for decades, collecting fragments of forgotten lore and dismissed legends. In his private journals, he had theorized that the stone was not merely a boundary marker as commonly believed, but something far more significant, a key to understanding the world before the sundering that had divided the lands between elves and dwarves. As twilight descended 3 days later, Lyrindel arrived at the edge of the vale. The mist had thickened into a dense fog that swirled and danced as if possessing a will of its own. And through it all, the song continued complex, multifaceted, with harmonies that seemed to speak directly to his soul. Drawing his starwood staff before him, Lyrindel whispered words of ancient elven magic. The crystal embedded at the staff's crown pulsed with soft light, illuminating a path through the otherworldly fog. With each step, the melody grew clearer, more insistent, pulling him forward with an urgency he could not explain. The singing stone materialized before him, like a specter taking solid form, first a shadow, then a silhouette, and finally its full imposing presence. Its surface rippled with colors that had no names in any living tongue, the carved symbols seeming to shift and rearrange themselves as the song pulsed from within. Lyrindel approached reverently, his hand outstretched to touch the cool surface of the monolith. The moment his fingertips connected with the stone, the melody changed, becoming questioning, curious. "I come seeking knowledge," Lyrindel spoke in the high elven tongue of ceremony. "To understand your song and the wisdom it step away from the stone." Elf, the gruff voice cut through the melody, like a hammer striking anvil. Lyrindel spun around, staff raised defensively, to find himself facing a stout figure emerging from the opposite side of the clearing. Draugr Blackstone stood with his feet planted firmly on the ground, a stance that conveyed immovability as clearly as if he had become one with the earth itself. His crimson leather coat was adorned with vials and pouches containing substances Lyrindel could only guess at, while in his hand he held what appeared to be a tuning fork of some strange lustrous metal. "This is no place for elven meddling," the dwarf continued, his deep voice resonating with the stone's melody in a way that sent shivers down Lyrindel's spine. "Your kind knows nothing of the elemental forces at work here." Lyrindel raised an elegant eyebrow, lowering his staff slightly, but keeping it ready. "And I suppose dwarves, with their obsession for tearing into the earth's flesh for metals and gems, are more qualified. The stone sings of harmonies your kind has long forgotten." Master Dwarf, for a moment, hostility crackled between them, like lightning seeking ground. Then, unexpectedly, the stone's song shifted again, interweaving new melodies that somehow complemented each other, despite their apparent dissonance. Both scholars turned toward the monolith in surprise. The symbols were definitely moving now, rearranging themselves into patterns that almost, but not quite, resembled words. "It responds to us both," Draugr muttered, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Indeed," Lyrindel agreed reluctantly. "It seems the stone has been waiting for representatives of both races," Draugr finished, stepping closer to the monolith. Setting aside centuries of ingrained prejudice was not easy, but curiosity burned stronger in both scholars than the ancient hatreds of their peoples. Over the next several hours, they circled the stone, documenting its changing patterns, recording its evolving song, and grudgingly sharing their knowledge with each other. By midnight, they had made a startling discovery. When Lyrindel sang certain elven harmonies while Draugr struck specific resonant frequencies with his tuning fork, the stone's symbols aligned into a recognizable script one neither had seen before, yet both could somehow read. "Before the sundering of earth and sky," Lyrindel translated slowly, "we were guardians of the elemental balance when the world was young, and the elements spoke with one voice. Drogher continued, his finger tracing the symbols. They looked at each other, centuries of racial prejudice momentarily forgotten in the face of a revelation that shook the foundations of everything they had been taught. Our peoples were one, Lyrindel whispered. Impossible, Drogher grunted, yet his eyes betrayed his uncertainty. As the full moon reached its zenith, bathing the clearing in silver light, the stone's song reached a crescendo. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and the fog surrounding them began to coalesce into shapes spectral figures, neither fully elven nor entirely dwarven, yet somehow embodying aspects of both. The firstborn return. The ghostly figures spoke in unison, their voices merging with the stone's melody. The elements stir from their long slumber. The apparitions circled the bewildered scholars, their forms shifting between solid and vaporous. Earth, air, fire, water, the balance fractures. The ancient enemy awakens in the void between worlds. What enemy? Drogher demanded, his hand instinctively reaching for the ceremonial hammer at his belt. Speak plainly, spirits. The discordance, they replied, their voices sending ripples through the mist. That which feeds on disharmony and division. That which we sacrificed everything to imprison. Lyrindel stepped forward, his scholar's mind racing ahead of his caution. You divided our race. To protect the world? The spirits neither confirmed nor denied, but the melody from the stone turned mournful. The seal weakens. The singing stones across the land awaken one by one. Find them. Restore the harmony. Their forms began to dissipate like morning dew under the sun's first rays. Wait. Both scholars cried in unison, but the spectral figures had already vanished, leaving only echoes of their warning hanging in the air. As dawn broke over the twilight veil, an elf and a dwarf stood side by side before an ancient monolith, the improbable first note in a song that would either unite their divided peoples or herald the return of a darkness older than history itself. My people will never believe this, Drogher muttered, carefully packing his instruments. Nor mine, Lyrindel agreed, closing his journal with a sigh. Yet, the stone's song continues, and others are awakening. Their eyes met across the clearing, mutual understanding passing between ancient enemies for perhaps the first time in 10 millennia. A truce, then, Drogher proposed gruffly. Until we locate the other stones and uncover the full truth, Lyrindel inclined his head in a graceful nod. A truce, Master Blackstone. Though I warn you, elven musical theory is far superior to whatever crude approximations your people call harmony. The dwarf's laughter rumbled like distant thunder. We shall see, Master Wise Eyes. We shall see, and so it was that when the stone song finally fell silent, two figures departed the twilight veil together, an unlikely alliance born of shared curiosity and common purpose, the first movement in what would become the Song of Elements. Story 3, the great mother tree of Sylvander stretched toward the heavens, her massive branches forming a living cathedral that had sheltered the elven kingdom for 10,000 years. Countless generations had been born, lived, and returned to the earth beneath her verdant canopy. Her bark gleamed with an inner light that pulsed with the heartbeat of the forest itself, while her leaves shimmered with dew that caught the moonlight like scattered diamonds. But on this night, as the twin moons aligned in the celestial dance known as the Serenity Conjunction, something was terribly wrong. Elendril Greensong knelt before the massive roots of the Great Mother, his slender fingers pressed against the ancient bark. As the highest-ranking druid of the Emerald Circle, he alone could hear her whispers, feel the pulse of her life force. What he sensed chilled his immortal blood. "Speak to me," he murmured, his melodic voice barely audible above the rustle of leaves. The emerald amulet at his throat, symbol of his station, and conduit for his communion with the natural world flared briefly with verdant light. The response came not in words, but in sensations. A creeping shadow, a sickness spreading from deep within, a silent cry for help. Elendril closed his eyes, extending his consciousness deeper into the Great Mother's being, searching for the source of her distress. What he found was unprecedented tendrils of darkness winding through her ancient roots, pulsing with an energy that was neither natural nor magical, but something else entirely. Something primordial and hungry. Captain Thelis, Elendril called, rising to his feet with fluid grace. Summon the circle. The Great Mother is dying. The elven guard captain's face paled beneath his silver helm. Dying? But that's impossible, Master Greensong. The Great Mother has stood since before our ancestors settled this vale, Elendril finished grimly. Nevertheless, a corruption spreads within her. We must act quickly. By dawn, Sylvander's emerald circle had gathered in the sacred grove. 13 druids in robes of green and gold, their faces etched with concern. Queen Elerith herself had come, abandoning court protocols in the face of such dire news. Can she be saved? The queen asked, her ageless face betraying the slightest tremor of fear. Without the Great Mother, the magical barriers protecting their realm would fail. Without her blessed fruit, the elves' near immortality would wane. Elendril stood before his queen, his silver hair catching the first rays of sunlight that filtered through the canopy. The corruption is like nothing I have encountered in all my 400 years, Your Majesty. It emanates from below, far below the deepest roots, the Dwarves, hissed one of the circle members. Their endless digging and mining. I warned the council that allowing them to establish new tunnels in the eastern mountains would lead to disaster. Queen Elerith's expression hardened. Do you have proof of dwarven involvement, Master Greensong? Before Elendril could answer, a terrible cracking sound rent the air. A massive branch one that had cradled elven homes for centuries broke free from the Great Mother and crashed through the canopy. Screams echoed throughout the grove as elves scattered. We have no time for debates, Elendril declared. I must journey to the source of this corruption. I forbid it, the queen countered. If the dwarves are responsible, sending our most gifted druid into their domain would be handing them a weapon against us. But as the day progressed, more branches fell. Leaves once emerald green turned ashen gray and brittle. By sunset, the Elven Council had reconvened in emergency session. The corruption spreads too rapidly, Elendril reported. At this rate, the Great Mother will perish within a fortnight. A heavy silence fell over the gathered elven nobility. Do what you must, Queen Elerith finally conceded. But take guards with you, Elendril bowed deeply. With respect, Your Majesty, where I must go. Armed guards would be a provocation. I shall go alone and under cover of stealth. That night, carrying only his staff of living wood and the sacred emerald amulet, Elendril slipped beyond the boundaries of Sylvander. Rather than take the established trade routes, he melted into the deep forest, using pathways known only to the Emerald Circle. His heart ached with each step that took him farther from the Great Mother, but the pull of the corruption guided him eastward toward the Dwarven Mountains. After 3 days of swift travel, the lush forests gave way to rocky foothills. The mountains loomed before him, the Iron Spine Range, home to the Dwarven kingdom of Cosmoden. No elf had ventured into those depths uninvited for centuries, not since the Great War that had nearly destroyed both races. Finding an entrance proved easier than expected. Following the faint trace of corruption, Elendril discovered a narrow mining shaft hidden behind a stand of stunted pines. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, perhaps his last for some time, he ducked inside, summoning a gentle light from his staff to illuminate the rough-hewn passage. The tunnel descended sharply, the air growing thicker with the scent of earth and metal. Elendril's keen ears caught the distant sounds of pickaxes striking stone and the rumble of mining carts. He moved cautiously, staying in shadow whenever possible, his light extinguished. On the third day beneath the mountain, disaster struck. Emerging from a narrow side tunnel into a larger passageway, Elendril found himself face to face with a dwarven mining crew. Their reaction was immediate and predictable. "Elf," bellowed the foreman, his hand already reaching for his axe. "Sound the alarm." Elendril raised his hands in the universal gesture of peace. "I come seeking knowledge, not conflict," he began, but the dwarves had already surrounded him, their weapons leveled at his heart. He was marched through a bewildering maze of tunnels, each more elaborately carved than the last, until finally they emerged into a vast cavern that took even his breath away. Cosmodon's great hall was a cathedral of stone, supported by massive pillars carved to resemble ancient dwarven heroes. Gemstones embedded in the walls caught and reflected light from countless forges, creating a subterranean sky of glittering constellations. At the far end, seated upon a throne of polished granite inlaid with mithril, was King Thorgrim Ironfist, his legendary hammer resting across his knees. "An elven spy in my kingdom," the king rumbled, his voice echoing through the hall. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't have you executed on the spot." Tree dweller, Elendril met the king's gaze steadily. "Because something ancient stirs beneath both our realms, King Ironfist. A corruption that threatens elf and dwarf alike," murmurs rippled through the gathered dwarves. "Our seers have spoken of dark dreams," a white-bearded dwarf standing beside the throne admitted reluctantly. "And there have been incidents in the deep mines." "What incidents?" Elendril asked sharply. "None of your concern, elf," King Thorgrim barked. "Take him to the holding cells. We'll decide his fate on the morrow." The cell they threw him into was surprisingly comfortable by dwarven standards, a small chamber carved from solid rock with a low stone bench and a flickering oil lamp. What it lacked was any connection to the living world, and Elendril could feel his strength ebbing as the hours passed without contact with soil or plant. He was meditating, trying to conserve his energy, when the cell door creaked open. Instead of the guards he expected, a stocky dwarf with a salt and pepper beard and arms corded with muscle entered, carrying a lantern and a small wooden box. "I am Thorgin Truehammer, Master Miner of the Eastern Reaches." The dwarf introduced himself gruffly. "The king may not wish to listen to your warnings, elf, but I've seen what lurks in the deep with my own eyes." Elendril sat up straighter. "Then you know why I've come." Thorgin placed his lantern on the floor and opened the wooden box, revealing a chunk of ore that pulsed with an eerie purple light. 3 weeks ago, we broke through into a new cavern. Found this embedded in the wall. Since then, my miners have been changing, becoming something else." Elendril's eyes widened as he sensed the same corruption that infected the Great Mother emanating from the strange ore. "This is it. The source of the poison killing our mother tree." The dwarf's bushy eyebrows shot up. "Your tree is dying? Then it's worse than I feared. The corruption spreads faster than we realized. What have your people awakened, Master Miner?" Thorgin's voice dropped to a whisper. "There are ancient warnings carved in the deepest halls, warnings most have forgotten. They speak of the before time, when a great evil was imprisoned beneath the mountains by the combined might of," he hesitated, then continued reluctantly, "of elves and dwarves working as one." Before Elendril could respond, shouts echoed from the corridor outside, followed by the clash of weapons. "They're here," Thorgin growled, reaching for the war hammer strapped to his back. "My own men, or what's left of them." The corruption takes them, turns them into puppets. The cell door burst open, revealing a nightmare. What had once been dwarves now shambled forward, their skin mottled with the same purple glow as the ore, their eyes empty pits of darkness. "Stand behind me," Thorgin commanded, interposing himself between the creatures and the elf. "No," Elendril countered, stepping forward to stand shoulder to shoulder or shoulder to head, given their height difference with the dwarf. Together, Master Miner, raising his staff, Elendril called upon the limited power he still possessed. Green light blazed from the emerald at his throat, forming a barrier that momentarily halted the corrupted dwarves. "We need to reach the king," Thorgin grunted as he swung his hammer, connecting with a creature that had once been his friend. Convince him of the threat, fighting their way through the tunnels. Elf and dwarf found themselves in an unlikely alliance, their complementary skills keeping them one step ahead of their pursuers. Elendril's magic created barriers and distractions, while Thorgin's intimate knowledge of the mines guided them through back passages and secret ways. When they finally reached the Great Hall, they found chaos. Corrupted dwarves battled the king's guard, while King Thorgrim himself stood before his throne, Ironhammer glowing with ancestral magic as he faced down what appeared to be the leader of the corrupted, a once dwarf, now twice its original size, its body more stone than flesh, veins of purple light pulsing beneath its surface. "The seal is broken," the creature intoned in a voice that seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth itself. Malgrim awakens. Elendril felt a chill run through him. "Malgrim the World Eater," he whispered. "A myth told to elflings to frighten them into obedience." "No myth," Thorgin replied grimly. "The greatest evil of the before time, imprisoned when our peoples still remembered they were stronger together than apart." As they watched, King Thorgrim brought his legendary hammer down upon the corrupted leader with all his might. There was a flash of blue light, a terrible scream, and then the king was flying backward, his hammer cleaved in two. Without hesitation, Elendril rushed forward, Thorgin at his side. The emerald at his throat pulsed with the last of his power as he raised his staff, channeling what little connection he still had to the living world above. "Your magic alone won't stop it," Thorgin shouted above the din of battle. "And neither will our weapons." Elendril looked at the broken pieces of Ironhammer, then at his dimming emerald amulet. A memory-stirred ancient lore passed down through the emerald circle, speaking of a time when elven magic and dwarven craft were two halves of a greater whole. Together, then, he called to Thorgin, "Your craft, my magic." As it was in the before time, understanding dawned in the dwarf's eyes. Snatching up the broken pieces of Ironhammer, he held them out to Elendril. The elf removed his amulet and placed it between the shattered halves of the weapon. As their hands met, clasping around the combined artifacts, a surge of power unlike anything either had experienced coursed through them. Light neither the green of elven magic nor the blue of dwarven runes, but a brilliant white that contained all colors erupted from their joined hands. The corrupted leader shrieked in alarm, its advance halted by the unexpected power. "The seal of ages," Elendril gasped, recognizing what they had inadvertently created from half-remembered legends. "It can imprison Malgrim again, but the cost," Thorgin replied, his voice strained as the power continued to build between them. "The legends say it requires a sacrifice." A life freely given, their eyes met over the blazing light of their joined artifacts, centuries of racial enmity dissolving in the face of a shared purpose greater than either of their peoples alone. In that moment of perfect understanding, elf and dwarf made their choice not for their own races, but for all races. For the great mother tree and the ancient mountains. For a world that had forgotten they were never meant to stand apart. The light expanded outward in a shockwave of pure creation energy, engulfing the corrupted leader and racing down through the deepest mines, sealing cracks in the ancient prison that had held Malgrim for millennia. In the aftermath, as dwarven healers tended to the wounded and King Thorgrim surveyed the damage to his great hall, two figures sat side by side upon the steps of the dwarven throne. One tall and slender, his immortal life now considerably shortened by the sacrifice of power. One stout and sturdy, the legendary skill of his hands diminished by the same sacrifice. "Your tree will heal now," Thorgrim said, breaking the comfortable silence between them. "The corruption is contained once more. For how long?" The Lindril wondered, his voice carrying the wisdom of one who has glimpsed a truth too large to fully comprehend. "Until our peoples forget again? Until we allow ancient hatreds to blind us to the greater dangers that threaten us all." King Thorgrim approached, his regal bearing somewhat diminished by the sling supporting his injured arm. "Then we must not forget again, Master Elf," he declared. "I propose in exchange dwarven emissaries to dwell among your people for a season each year, and elven representatives to dwell among mine." Queen Elerith, having arrived with a contingent of elven warriors at Elindril's magical summons, stepped forward to stand beside the dwarven king. Though traditional enemies, they looked oddly complementary, like two pieces of a puzzle long separated. "Agreed," the elven queen said, offering her hand in the dwarven manner, rather than the elven bow. "Let us begin with these two, who have shown us the way forward by remembering the wisdom of the past, and so it was that an elven druid came to dwell beneath the mountain, teaching young dwarves the forgotten connections between stone and root, while a master miner walked beneath the boughs of the great mother tree, showing elven crafters how the bones of the earth could strengthen rather than threaten the world above. The seal of ages held once more not through force or domination, but through understanding and unity. And if sometimes in the deepest mines or the highest branches, one might hear a distant rumble of discontent from an ancient evil straining against its bonds, there were now those who remembered what it would take to keep that evil at bay. Story 4. The skies above Ashenfell Mountain turned the color of bruised flesh as black smoke spiraled upward, twisting like the fingers of some ancient god reaching for the heavens. For 1,000 years, the volcano had slumbered peacefully beneath the watchful eyes of both elven seers and dwarven sentinels. Now it awoke, not with rivers of molten rock, as the old tales had warned, but with something far more sinister tendrils of midnight blue magic that crystallized everything they touched. In the shadow of the cursed mountain, Barondir Frostblood stood alone upon the high ridge, watching as the distant forests at the mountain's base began to glitter with an unnatural sheen. Even from leagues away, he could see the transformation spreading like a plague trees, animals, even the earth itself transformed into twisted sculptures of dark crystal. The scouts who had returned spoke of entire villages frozen in eternal poses of terror, their inhabitants now nothing more than glittering statues caught between heartbeats. Barondir drew a deep breath into his stout dwarven chest, the cold air feeling warm against his lips. The curse of his bloodline blood that ran cold, as midwinter ice had made him an outcast among his own kind. Yet now, as reports reached the eternal forges of dwarven messengers who had touched the crystal only to become crystal themselves, his curse might prove to be salvation. "So the prophecy finds you after all, son of winter," came a voice like silver bells on a frost-laden wind. Barondir whirled, battle axe half drawn before his eyes fell upon the figure that had appeared silently beside him. She stood nearly 2 heads taller than him, her skin pale as moonlight, with eyes the deep blue of glacier ice. Her silver hair was adorned with crystal beads that caught the fading light, and her flowing robes seemed spun from winter itself. "Ilvania, Crown of Ice," Barondir growled, recognizing the last high priestess of the elven order of the solstice. I should have known your kind would appear when trouble brews, and I should have known to find a dwarf of the Frost Blood clan watching disaster from a safe distance, she replied. Though there was no true malice in her voice, only centuries of racial tension woven into reflexive barbs. I came to see with my own eyes what my scouts reported, Berendir said, turning back to the distant corruption. What business brings an elven priestess so close to dwarven lands? Your kind hasn't ventured this near to the eternal forges since the great betrayal. Ilvanya's perfect features hardened slightly at the mention of that ancient conflict that had severed the once mighty alliance between their peoples. I come because I must, dwarf. The awakening of Ashenfell is no natural disaster, nor is it a mere magical calamity that will burn itself out. She stepped closer to the edge of the precipice, the wind whipping her silver hair around her face like a halo. What you see is a seal breaking a seal forged by our ancestors when they still stood as allies. A seal? Berendir's thick eyebrows furrowed beneath his silver-streaked chestnut beard. What manner of creature requires a volcano as its prison? Not a creature, Ilvanya whispered, but a titan. The ancient texts call it Karzeth, the crystalline devourer. In the Age of Dawn, before elves raised their first crystal spires or dwarves delved their deepest halls, it nearly consumed the world. Berendir felt the cold truth of her words resonate with half-remembered legends told around forge fires, tales of a time when the very substance of reality had been threatened by beings that predated the world itself. Why come to me with this? He asked, though in his heart he already suspected the answer. Ilvanya turned to him, her ageless face solemn. Because you bear the Frost Blood curse, passed down since your ancestor Thordrim stole the teardrop of winter from the Snow Elves' sanctuary. That theft was deemed unforgivable, but what few know is why he took it. Speak plainly, elf, Berendir demanded, his patience wearing thin. The teardrop was half of a greater whole, the relic of ash and ice, she said. The only artifact capable of binding Karzeth again. Thordrim didn't steal it out of greed, but because my ancestors refused to believe the warnings that the seal would one day fail. He sought to protect it, to ensure it would be available when needed. The implications washed over Berendir like a cold wave. If what you say is true, where is this relic now? Sundered, Ilvanya replied. The teardrop of winter rests in the highest tower of the crystal spires, guarded by my kin who do not understand its true purpose. And its counterpart, the Ember of Eternity, lies deep within your kingdom's molten vault. Equally misunderstood, Berendir barked a humorless laugh. So the salvation of the world requires an elf and a dwarf to steal their own people's treasures while they wage war upon each other. The fates have a cruel sense of humor, indeed, Ilvanya agreed, her eyes returning to the distant corruption. The spreading crystal gives us perhaps a fortnight before Karzeth fully awakens. Will you honor the alliance our ancestors once shared, Berendir Frostblood? Or shall the world crystallize while elves and dwarves cling to ancient hatreds? The journey into the heart of dwarven territory was fraught with peril, not from the land itself, which Berendir navigated with the sure-footedness of his kind, but from the necessity of keeping Ilvanya hidden from his brethren's eyes. The war between their peoples had escalated after reports of elven raiders striking dwarven outposts along the eastern range. Berendir doubted the truth of these reports now, suspecting Karzeth's influence behind them, but such suspicions would hold little weight against centuries of ingrained distrust. They traveled by night when possible, Ilvanya's natural elven grace, allowing her to move silently despite her height. Berendir led her through hidden passes and abandoned mine shafts, pathways known only to the most seasoned dwarven scouts. Your knowledge of these unmarked roads is impressive, Ilvania observed as they emerged from a narrow cavern into a moonlit valley sheltered by towering peaks. A consequence of my condition, Berendir replied, his breath fogging in the chill air despite the summer season. When your blood runs cold enough to frost your mead cup, you spend much time in solitary wandering. Ilvania regarded him with newfound understanding. Your people fear what they do not understand, as do yours, he countered, but without rancor. 5 days of travel had worn away the sharpest edges of their mutual distrust, leaving behind a wary respect. The molten vault lay at the heart of the dwarven kingdom, beneath the great mountain Karaz Diem. To reach it required passing through the eternal forges, the sprawling city-state, where the finest dwarven craftsmen worked their magic on metal and stone. The forges never cooled, their fires burning day and night for millennia, powered by underground rivers of magma carefully channeled by dwarven engineering. We cannot simply walk through the main gates, Berendir said as they made camp in a sheltered cave overlooking the distant lights of his homeland. Even I would be questioned, having been gone so long, and you, he trailed off, would be imprisoned or killed on sight, Ilvania finished calmly. I am well aware of the reception an elf can expect in dwarven halls, Master Frostblood. Berendir nodded grimly. There is another way, the thief's path, cut into the eastern face of the mountain. It is treacherous and watched, but less so than the main approaches. Ilvania's eyes glittered in the firelight. And you know of this path, how exactly? A rare smile cracked through Berendir's beard. How do you think an outcast survives in a society that values conformity above all? I've cultivated alternative skills. The thief's path lived up to its reputation. Narrow ledges barely wide enough for Berendir's boots required Ilvania to press her slender form against the sheer rock face as they inched along precipitous drops. Twice they flattened themselves against the stone as dwarven patrols passed on the switchbacks below, their lanterns casting long shadows up the mountainside. For creatures so fond of sturdy ground, your people build in remarkably precarious locations, Ilvania whispered as they rested on a ledge barely wider than Berendir's shoulders. Says the elf whose people build cities in treetops, he retorted, but there was a hint of humor in his voice. Their entry into the outer tunnels came as dawn broke beyond the mountains. The less traveled passages Berendir chose were dimly lit by phosphorescent fungi cultivated by dwarven botanists generations ago. In this ghostly blue-green light, they made their way deeper into the mountain, evading the occasional patrol with timely diversions into maintenance shafts and forgotten corridors. The true challenge came at the approaches to the molten vault itself. Here, no amount of secret knowledge could bypass the heavy guard presence. Dwarven warriors in full ceremonial armor stood at attention, their axes gleaming in the light of perpetual flames. We cannot fight our way through, Berendir murmured, observing from a hidden alcove. And my status as outcast will earn me no favors with the vault guardians. Perhaps we need not enter as ourselves, Ilvania suggested, her eyes on a group of robed figures approaching the vault entrance. Who are they? Fire sages, Berendir explained. Mystics who commune with the eternal flames. They alone are permitted to enter the vault freely, to perform rituals honoring the sacred relics, a plan formed between them, dangerous in its simplicity. When two fire sages separated from their brethren, taking a side passage toward private chambers, Berendir and Ilvania struck with swift precision. Minutes later, they emerged in borrowed robes, faces obscured by ceremonial hoods, carrying the unconscious but unharmed sages to a secure hiding place. The ruse worked better than they dared hope. The guards at the vault entrance bowed their heads respectfully as the disguised pair approached, not meeting their eyes as was customary when addressing the mystical order. The great doors, masterpieces of dwarven craft etched with scenes of ancient battles, swung open at their approach. Inside, the molten vault stretched before them, a cathedral-like chamber whose ceiling was lost in darkness above. Channels of magma flowed beneath crystal floors, bathing everything in a pulsing orange glow. Upon pedestals of black stone rested the greatest treasures of dwarven history, weapons that had slain dragons, crowns worn by legendary kings, armor forged in the first days of creation. And there, upon a central dais surrounded by ever-burning flames, rested a crystalline orb, the size of Berendir's fist. Even from a distance, he could feel its heat calling to the ice in his veins, a sensation both painful and oddly right, as though two halves of his nature were straining toward balance. The ember of eternity, Ilvania breathed beside him. After all these centuries, as they approached the days, however, a voice rang out through the chamber, a voice Berendir recognized with sinking heart. I knew if I waited long enough, the traitor would return to the scene of his greatest shame. From the shadows stepped High Thane Durak Ironbeard, ruler of the dwarven kingdoms, flanked by his elite stone guard. His ancient eyes burned with the intensity of the magma beneath their feet, as he fixed Berendir with a gaze that had judged kings and criminals alike. And to bring an elf into our most sacred vault, the High Thane's voice dripped with disgust. Your betrayal is complete, Frostblood. As the guards advanced, weapons drawn, Berendir and Ilvania stood back to back, their disguises cast aside. The first half of their quest had ended in capture, but as darkness gathered around distant Ashenfell, the world's need for the relic of ash and ice only grew more desperate with each passing hour. Story 5. A single tear of liquid fire fell from the ancient scale, sizzling as it struck the anvil of Brynhild Fergagreen. The dwarven smith froze, her hammer suspended mid-strike, as the golden droplet carved a perfect circular depression into metal that had withstood the mightiest blows of her craft. The tear continued to burn, neither cooling nor diminishing, illuminating her workshop with an eerie amber glow that danced across walls hung with tools passed down through 7 generations of Fergagreen metalworkers. The scale, iridescent crimson veined with gold, had been discovered 3 days prior, embedded in a seam of rare orichalcum deep within the eastern mines of Cos Durham. Brynhild had claimed it as her smith right, thinking it merely an unusual mineral deposit. Now, as it wept impossible tears of fire, she recognized it for what it truly was. Dragon scale, she whispered, her voice barely audible above the constant background rhythm of hammers and bellows that echoed through the dwarven forge halls. Her stocky fingers, calloused from centuries of metalwork, trembled as she reached toward the scale. The moment her skin made contact, visions flashed behind her eyes, mountains rumbling, caves collapsing, and deep beneath the crystal peaks, enormous shapes stirring from slumber. Ancient eyes filled with fire and fury, opening after millennia of dreams. Brynhild stumbled backward, nearly upsetting her workbench laden with half-finished daggers and ceremonial axes. The scale's tear had now burned completely through her anvil, leaving a perfect hole in metal that was supposed to be unbreachable. When the dragons weep, the world shall know its true ending, she murmured, recalling words from forbidden texts she had glimpsed in the restricted sections of the Grand Archive. Texts that spoke of times before dwarves had claimed the mountains, when dragons ruled the skies and depths of the world. The implications struck her like a hammer blow. If the ancient dragons beneath the crystal peaks were awakening, if this scale was indeed a harbinger of their return, then everything her people had built over thousands of years stood on the precipice of annihilation. Her duty was clear. The Forgmaster and Council of Elders must be informed immediately. With hands steadier than her pounding heart, Brynhild carefully wrapped the scale in a cloth of fireproof asbestos and tucked it into her leather apron. She never reached the council chambers. Word of her discovery had already spread through whispers and rumors that raced through the underhalls of Cos Durham faster than any messenger. Guild inquisitors intercepted her at the bronze gates, their faces hidden behind ceremonial masks of burnished metal, their pole axes crossed to bar her passage. Brynhild Fergagreen intoned the lead inquisitor, voice echoing metallically from behind his mask. "You're summoned to answer charges of heresy and forbidden research by order of Archpriest Grimir. Heresy." Brynhild sputtered, indignation momentarily overriding her fear. "I am a master smith of the Orichalcum Guild. I demand to speak with the council about a matter that threatens all our people. The matter has been deemed classified by directive of the Faith Keepers," replied the Inquisitor. "Surrender the artifact." In that moment, Brynhild made a choice that would alter not just her fate, but the fate of 2 realms. Rather than surrender the scale, she triggered the emergency collapse of a nearby support pillar, a failsafe known only to master crafters, and in the ensuing chaos, fled toward the seldom used eastern tunnels that led to the surface world. 3 days later, exhausted and heartsick at having abandoned the only home she had ever known, Brynhild stumbled through the outer fringes of the Silver Forest. To dwarven eyes accustomed to the precisely carved geometries of underground halls, the wild tangle of ancient trees and undergrowth was disorienting and chaotic. Yet she pressed onward, drawn by instinct and the increasingly warm pulsing of the scale against her chest. It was in a moonlit clearing, beside a pond that reflected stars like scattered diamonds, that she finally collapsed. The journey had taken its toll. Without proper provisions, she had subsisted on foraged roots and berries, most bitter and strange to her palate. Without underground markers, she had navigated by the alien stars, following the vague direction indicated by the pull of the scale. What brings a daughter of stone so far from the mountain's heart? The melodic voice startled Brynhild to her feet, Warhammer raised defensively despite her exhaustion. From between 2 ancient oaks stepped a figure that seemed more shadow than substance, tall and lithe, where dwarves were sturdy and solid. Silvery hair cascaded down shoulders draped in a cloak that shimmered with the colors of twilight. The stranger's eyes reflected the starlight with an inner luminescence no mortal eye should possess. "Elf," Brynhild growled, tightening her grip on her hammer. The ancient enmity between their races surfaced instantly, overriding even her desperate circumstances. Indeed, the elf replied with the barest hint of a bow, seemingly unconcerned by the weapon pointed in his direction. "Elinder Moonshade, Warden of the Eastern Boundaries." "And you are trespassing in elven lands, dwarf?" Though you seem to have arrived in some distress, before Brynhild could formulate a suitably dismissive response, the scale beneath her tunic pulsed with heat so intense she cried out, dropping her hammer to clutch at her chest. The asbestos wrapping, designed to withstand the heat of dwarven forges, smoldered and fell away as she withdrew the scale. In the moonlight, the scale blazed like a captured sun, tears of fire now flowing freely to sizzle upon the forest floor. Elinder's expression transformed from casual disdain to shock, then to something Brynhild had not expected recognition. "The tears of Draconia," he whispered, taking an involuntary step backward. "It cannot be. The binding still holds for another century at least." Brynhild looked up sharply. "You know what this means?" "The waking dragons?" The elf's face became a careful mask, but not before she glimpsed the fear lurking behind his ancient eyes. "Where did you find this?" he demanded. "In the eastern deep mines, embedded in Orichalcum," she replied, temporarily setting aside her cultural reservations in the face of shared knowledge. "The visions came when I touched it, mountains breaking, dragon stirring, Elinder was silent for a long moment, his gaze shifting between the scale and the distant mountains silhouetted against the night sky. When he spoke again, his voice had lost its melodic quality, becoming flat and severe. "You must come with me. Now, before they find us, Brynhild asked, retrieving her hammer from the ground. As if in answer, a chilling howl pierced the night, not the cry of any natural wolf, but something that made the very air seem to recoil. It was followed by another, then a dozen more, spreading in a circle around their position. Drakak hounds, Elinder explained tersely, knocking an arrow to a bow that appeared in his hands with preternatural speed. Guardians set to watch for any sign of draconic awakening. They hunt by the scent of dragon fire. He gestured toward the still weeping scale. And you, Forgmaster, are practically drenched in it. I never said I was a Forgmaster, Brynhild replied suspiciously. Elinder's smile was thin and without humor. And I never said I was merely a forest warden. Before she could demand clarification, shadows detached from the darkness between the trees. Creatures that resembled wolves only in the most rudimentary sense stalked toward them, their eyes glowing with an unnatural purple light, their bodies seeming to shift between solid and smoke with each movement. "Stay close to me," Elinder commanded, loosing an arrow that burst into silver flame as it flew, striking the lead creature with enough force to dissipate it into wisps of darkness. Practical by nature, Brynhild shelved her questions for later. Standing back to back with the elf, she brandished her hammer, which began to glow with runes embedded during its forging, runes designed specifically to combat creatures of shadow and spirit. They fought together, dwarf and elf, in a clearing far from their respective homes. Silvery arrows and runic hammer complementing each other in ways neither would have thought possible. Yet for every shadow beast they dispatched, two more emerged from the darkness, drawn by the scent of dragon fire that continued to emanate from the scale. "We cannot defeat them all," Elinder called over his shoulder, his quiver noticeably lighter. "We must reach the sanctuary." "What sanctuary?" Brynhild demanded, her powerful arms beginning to tire from the constant exertion. "The Dragon Seal Temple, 2 leagues north." "It's our only hope." With a nod of agreement, they broke from the clearing, running side by side through the silvery forest. The Drakak hounds pursued, their howls rising to a fevered pitch as they sensed their quarry fleeing. Through the night they ran, an unlikely pair bound by circumstance and ancient secrets. When Brynhild faltered, unused to covering distances above ground, Elinder pulled her onward. When shadow beasts appeared in their path, her hammer cleared the way. Dawn was breaking over the treetops when they finally glimpsed their destination, a structure of pale stone rising from the forest like the skeleton of some enormous beast. Ancient columns supported a roof open to the sky, while statues of dragons in various poses of slumber lined the approach. The entire temple radiated an aura of age that made even the oldest dwarven halls seem youthful by comparison. They stumbled up the worn steps just as the main pack of Drakak hounds burst from the tree line. Elinder pulled Brynhild toward a central altar, a simple pedestal of white stone carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change as they approached. "Place the scale upon the altar," he instructed, positioning himself between her and the advancing shadow beasts. Quickly, Brynhild hesitated, dwarven suspicion warring with desperate circumstance. "Why should I trust you, elf? You speak of dragons and bindings as if you have first-hand knowledge." Elinder loosed his remaining arrows in rapid succession, each finding its mark in a Dracohound's spectral form. As the last arrow left his bow, he turned to face her, pulling aside his cloak to reveal a pendant that hung around his neck, a pendant fashioned from a scale identical to the one she carried. though blue where hers was red. Because I am the last of the Dragon Seal Guardians, he admitted, his ancient eyes holding hers. For 2,000 years, my bloodline has maintained the magical bindings that keep the elder dragons in their enchanted sleep, and my people. Brynhild demanded. What role do dwarves play in this secret history? The first of the shadow beasts reached the temple steps, only to recoil as if struck by an invisible barrier. But the barrier was weakening cracks of darkness spreading through what appeared to be solid air. The dwarven metalsmiths forged the physical anchors for the magical bindings, Elinder explained urgently. Elven magic and dwarven craft, working in concert, created the only prison that could hold beings of such power. But the knowledge was deemed too dangerous by both our kinds, and so it was hidden, relegated to myth and legend, the concordat of flame and stone, Brynhild whispered, recalling fragments of a forbidden verse from the dwarven book of origins. It wasn't allegory. No, Elinder confirmed. It was history. Now place the scale on the altar before the barrier fails completely. With a deep breath, Brynhild laid the fiery scale upon the white stone. Immediately, it fused to the altar, its tears of fire flowing into channels carved into the ancient surface, illuminating runes and symbols that had lain dormant for centuries. Elinder placed his hands upon the altar beside the scale and began to chant in a language that seemed to resonate with the very stones of the temple. The blue scale at his throat pulsed in counterpoint to the red one on the altar, creating a harmony of magic that made the air shimmer with power. Your hands as well, he instructed between verses. The binding requires both bloodlines, those who shape magic and those who shape metal. Setting aside millennia of distrust, Brynhild placed her calloused palms on the cool stone of the altar. Immediately, she felt a connection not just to the temple and the magic being worked, but to something far deeper. She could sense the sleeping dragons beneath the mountains, their dreams growing restless, their ancient power beginning to stir. Through the connection, she also sensed something else, a presence watching, waiting. Something that had been working for centuries to weaken the bindings, to awaken the dragons for its own dark purpose. There's something else, she gasped, the revelation nearly causing her to break contact with the altar. Something using the dragons, manipulating their dreams, guiding them toward wakefulness. Elinder's chanting faltered for a moment as her words registered. The cult of the Eshin Crown, he confirmed grimly. They believe dragon fire will cleanse the world, leaving only the worthy to rebuild from the ashes. They have worked for millennia to undo what our ancestors sacrificed everything to create. As the binding spell reached its crescendo, the temple filled with light blue and red energies intertwining, reinforcing the ancient magic that kept the elder dragons in their enchanted slumber. The Drakakans howled in frustration as the barrier strengthened, preventing them from entering the sacred space. When the light finally faded, Brynhild found herself kneeling on the temple floor, exhausted beyond measure. Across from her, Elinder looked equally drained, his immortal features showing a weariness that spoke of burdens carried for longer than any being should endure. "It is done," he said softly. "The primary binding is restored, but it is only a temporary measure. The dragons stir more deeply than I've ever sensed before. The scale's tears are a warning we have perhaps one season before the binding fails completely." Brynhild rose to her feet, her practical dwarven mind already calculating, planning. "Then we have work to do, Guardian. My people have forgotten the old ways, hidden the knowledge of the concordat. Your magic alone cannot hold the binding, just as our craft alone cannot shape the anchors needed." Elinder nodded slowly, respect beginning to show in his ancient eyes. "Are you proposing what I think, Forge Master?" "I am no Forge Master," Brynhild corrected, a hint of a smile touching her bearded face. "But I soon will be. when we return to my people with proof of the danger and the forgotten alliance. The question is, Guardian of the Dragon Seal, will you stand beside a dwarf before the Council of Elders and the Forgmasters Guild? Elinder rose to his full height, towering over the dwarven smith, yet somehow no longer seeming quite so arrogantly elven. I will stand beside Brynhild for Gaggreen anywhere she chooses to go, if it means preventing the dragon's return, as dawn fully illuminated the ancient temple. Elf and dwarf clasped forearms in the warrior's grip, a gesture neither had expected to share with the other when the previous day began. The scale upon the altar had ceased its weeping, but both knew the respite was temporary. The dragons still dreamed beneath the crystal peaks, their slumber growing lighter with each passing day. The cult of the Eshin Crown still moved in shadow, working to hasten their awakening. But now, for the first time in thousands of years, representatives of the ancient alliance had rediscovered their shared purpose. Fire and stone, magic and metal, elf and dwarf. Perhaps the world had a chance after all. Story 6. Golden sap oozed from the ancient walls of Irithyll like blood from a wounded beast, catching the fading sunlight in amber droplets that pooled at the base of the immense elven fortifications. Thelin Silverleaf stood transfixed, his slender fingers hovering over the mysterious substance that marred the pristine white stone. For 10,000 years, these walls had protected the elven realm of Irithyll from the outside world, their magic as impenetrable as the pride of those who dwelled within. Now they wept golden tears, and no elven magic could make them stop. Have you ever seen anything like this, Master Arcanist? Asked Captain Elindra, her ornate silverwood bow slung across her back, crystalline armor catching the amber light in fractured reflections. Thelin withdrew his hand without touching the golden sap, his aristocratic features troubled beneath the silver circlet that marked his status among the Elven High Council. Never. This defies all known principles of elven enchantment. A low rumble in the distance drew their attention to the western horizon, where storm clouds gathered above the jagged peaks of the Ironspine Mountains, the realm of the dwarves. Lightning flashed silently within the darkening mass, illuminating the silhouette of a great fortress carved from the mountain itself, called Durham, the ancestral stronghold of the dwarven clans. So distant that it should have been invisible to mortal eyes. Yet today, it stood in sharp relief against the sky, as if some force had temporarily compressed the space between the two ancient kingdoms. A portent, whispered Captain Elindra, her hand instinctively moving to the hilt of her moonsilver blade. First the weeping walls, now this. The seers have spoken of dreams, nightmares of a shadow rising from forgotten depths. Thelin's gaze lingered on the distant dwarven fortress. Perhaps it is time we consulted the elder leaves. The captain's eyes widened. The sacred texts have been sealed since the Sundering War. Only the eldest may. My grandfather is the eldest. Thelin interrupted, his voice carrying the quiet authority of one born to command. And I fear we no longer have the luxury of adhering to ancient protocols while our very walls bleed before us. The Elderleaves library occupied the hollowed heart of a tree so vast that its upper branches disappeared into the perpetual mists that shrouded the elven capital. Spiral staircases wound around its interior, connecting countless alcoves filled with scrolls and tomes gathered over millennia. At its center, suspended in a shaft of enchanted light, floated the Elderleaves themselves, pages of living wood inscribed with the complete history of Elfgind, from their first awakening beneath the stars to the present day. Thelin knelt before the ancient eldest, his grandfather Elthala Silverleaf, whose eyes had witnessed the rise and fall of human empires like brief seasons in the endless cycle of elven existence. You seek forbidden knowledge, the eldest stated, his voice rustling like autumn leaves. Knowledge sealed by blood oath. The walls weep, grandfather, Thelin replied, keeping his head bowed in respect. And the veil between our realm and the dwarven kingdom thins. I fear these are not isolated phenomena, but harbingers of something worse to come. The eldest was silent for a long moment, his ancient eyes distant with memory. Finally, he reached into his robes and withdrew a small crystal key that pulsed with inner light. Some secrets were buried for good reason, grandson. But perhaps the time has come for truth to emerge from shadow. The key unlocked a section of the elder leaves that Thelin had never seen accessed before. Pages that seemed to absorb light, rather than reflect it, unfurled before them, their script written in a language so ancient it predated the formal elven tongue. This is the account of the Shadow Pact, the eldest explained, his finger tracing symbols that shifted and changed as if alive. Formed in the darkest days of the Void War, when the very fabric of our world was threatened by entities from beyond the veil of stars, Thelin leaned closer, his scholar's mind struggling to decipher the archaic text. But the histories speak only of our victory over the void creatures, led by the hero Calathur, a convenient truth, the eldest sighed. Easier to bear than the actual price of our salvation, as the old elf translated the ancient script. A chill crept down Thelin's spine. The text spoke not of victory, but of desperation, of a bargain struck with entities scarcely less terrible than those they fought. The Shadow Lords had offered power enough to push back the Void invasion, but their price was steep, a blood tithe to be paid every 1,000 years, harvested from the life force of the elven people. For 10,000 years, the Council has secretly selected those who would be sacrificed, the eldest continued, his voice heavy with the burden of complicity. Their essence harvested painlessly in their sleep, their memories altered to hide the theft. But now the 11th tithe comes due, and something has changed. The Shadow Lords grow restless, demanding more than we can bear to give. Thelin stood abruptly, his face pale with shock and anger. This blood sacrifice, this is what causes our walls to weep. The life force of our people being drained away? The eldest nodded warily. The walls of Irithel were built with the blood of 1,000 elves, freely given to protect our realm for eternity. They are sensitive to the life force of our people. They bleed as we bleed. There must be a way to break this pact, Thelin insisted. There is mentioned here, the eldest indicated a passage near the bottom of the page, a weapon forged specifically to sever bonds with entities from beyond our realm. The Sword of Azura, blessed by the 7 elder gods before they departed our world. It was hidden away after the Void War, entrusted to. His voice trailed off, ancient features hardening into a mask of distaste. To whom, grandfather? Thelin pressed. To the dwarves of Caldurum, the eldest admitted reluctantly. Their mountain halls, rich with primordial minerals that repel outer energies, were deemed the only safe repository for such a dangerous artifact. Dawn had barely broken when Thelin departed Irithel, clad not in the ornate robes of an elven arcanist, but in the practical leathers of a ranger. A slender pack containing only essential supplies was strapped to his back, alongside a bow carved from silverwood and a quiver of enchanted arrows. His grandfather's parting gift, a talisman inscribed with ancient runes of protection, hung around his neck. The journey to the dwarven mountains would take a fortnight on foot, crossing terrain no elf had traversed since the Sundering War. Wild magic still lingered in those borderlands, warping both landscape and the creatures that dwelled within it. On the 7th day, as Thelin made camp in the shadow of a twisted oak that whispered forgotten secrets to the wind, he sensed he was no longer alone. His hand moved silently to his bow as he scanned the deepening shadows of twilight. "You're a long way from your shining trees," Elf, growled a voice from behind a nearby boulder. Thelin nocked an arrow, but held his fire as a stocky figure emerged from concealment. The dwarf stood barely reaching the elf's chest, yet his presence commanded respect. A magnificent copper-red beard, intricately braided and adorned with metal beads, cascaded over chest protected by armor of a metal felon, had never seen before darker than steel, with swirling patterns like oil on water embedded in its surface. "I seek passage to Kal Durum," Felon stated, lowering his bow slightly, but keeping the arrow nocked. The dwarf snorted, his hand resting casually on the haft of a war hammer slung at his belt. "No elf has been permitted within our sacred halls since your kind betrayed the alliance. What makes you think you'd be welcome now? The walls of Irithel weep golden sap," Thelen replied simply. "And I seek the sword of Azura to stop it." The dwarf's ruddy features paled visibly, his dark eyes widening with shock. "Impossible. The sword is a myth, a legend to frightened dwarflings, and yet you recognize its name immediately," Thelen observed. "Just as I suspect you know more about the weeping walls than you admit." A tense silence stretched between them, broken only by the distant howl of some unnatural creature prowling the wild borderlands. Finally, the dwarf sighed heavily, his breath fogging in the cooling evening air. "I am Gorin Ironbeard, exiled master smith of the Dragon Forge," he introduced himself with a gruff bow. "And yes, I know of the Sword of Azura, though I had hoped never to speak its name aloud. As night fully claimed the land, elf and dwarf sat across from each other beside Thelen's small campfire. Ancient enemies by tradition, reluctant allies by necessity, they exchanged knowledge long hidden from their respective peoples. The sword was indeed entrusted to the dwarven kings after the Void War, Gorin confirmed, his voice lowered as if fearful of being overheard even in this wilderness. "Locked away in our deepest vault, guarded by enchantments and mechanical traps of increasing complexity with each passing generation, and it remains there still?" Thelen asked hopefully. Gorin's expression darkened. "That is why I walk these lands in exile, elf." 3 moons passed. I discovered irregularities in the vault's enchantments. When I reported my concerns to the High King, I was accused of treason and conspiracy to steal our most sacred trust. Thelen leaned forward, the firelight casting dramatic shadows across his angular features. "You believe the sword has been taken?" "Not taken," Gorin corrected grimly. "Moved. By order of Lord Magistrate Durax, who speaks with the king's voice in all matters arcane. He claims the sword has been relocated to a more secure location, yet refuses to reveal where, even to the vault's master smith, which was my position until my banishment. This magistrate," Thelen mused, "does he show any unusual traits? Aversion to sunlight, perhaps? Eyes that reflect light like a cat's?" Gorin's bushy eyebrows rose in surprise. "How could you know this?" "Durax arrived at court a century ago, a distant cousin of the royal line from our eastern settlements. His rise to power has been unprecedented, because he is no dwarf," Thelen stated with grim certainty, "but an agent of the Shadow Lords, positioned to ensure the sword cannot be used when the 11th tithe comes due." The dwarf's hand moved to his hammer, knuckles whitening around its handle. "You speak of infiltration at the highest levels of dwarven governance. Such accusations require proof, which we shall find together," Thelen proposed, extending his hand across the fire in a gesture of alliance. "For if I am right, both our realms stand upon the precipice of disaster." Gorin stared at the offered hand with the weight of centuries of enmity in his gaze. Then, with a decisive grunt, he clasped the elf's forearm in the traditional dwarven gesture of sworn comradeship. "To Kal Durum, then," the dwarf declared. "Though how I'm to smuggle an elf past guards who know my face as a traitor, I haven't the faintest idea." Thelen smiled, reaching into his pack to withdraw a small vial filled with shimmering liquid. Fortunately, I didn't come unprepared for such challenges. The hidden entrance to Kal Duram lay behind a waterfall that thundered down the mountain face with enough force to crush any unwary traveler who approached carelessly. Gorin led the way, navigating a nearly invisible ledge slick with spray and moss, until they reached a depression in the rock face that appeared natural to any eye not trained in dwarven stonecraft. Thelen followed close behind, his tall frame hunched uncomfortably in the low passage, his skin now bearing the ruddy complexion and illusory beard of a dwarven merchant, thanks to the elixir he had consumed. The magic would hold for 3 days at most, hopefully enough time to locate the sword and escape. The servants' passages connect to the lower vaults, Gorin whispered as they emerged into a dimly lit corridor, hewn from solid stone. We can avoid the main halls where I would be recognized. They moved silently through the labyrinthine underbelly of the dwarven citadel, passing storerooms filled with enough provisions to withstand a decade-long siege, armories stocked with weapons of legendary craftsmanship, and forges where master smiths worked metals with techniques kept secret from the outside world for millennia. As they descended deeper, the air grew noticeably heavier, charged with ancient magics that made Thelen's elven senses tingle uncomfortably. The architecture changed as well, transitioning from the precise geometric patterns favored by modern dwarves to something older, more primal walls carved with spiraling runes that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. Pre-sundering craftsmanship, Gorin explained, noticing Thelen's interest. From when elf and dwarf still worked side by side, combining your magic with our stonecraft, much has been lost from those days, Thelen observed quietly. Gorin nodded grimly. More than you know, they had reached a circular chamber with 7 doors, each identical in appearance, smooth expanses of dark metal without handle or hinge. The 7-fold gate, Gorin announced. The final defense before the vault of sacred trusts. Only one door leads forward. The others trigger. Unpleasant consequences. Thelen approached the nearest door, running his fingers lightly over its surface. How do we choose correctly? In the days of cooperation, it required both dwarven blood and elven magic, Gorin replied. The perfect defense, as neither race alone could access the vault, understanding dawned in Thelen's eyes. Then perhaps that remains the answer. As the elf's disguise faded, deliberately suppressed by his will, Gorin drew a small knife from his belt. My blood, your magic. Just as our ancestors intended, the ritual was simple yet profound. Dwarven blood, freely given, painted an ancient symbol upon the central floor stone. Elven magic, carefully channeled through words not spoken aloud for 10,000 years, illuminated the blood with inner light. Together, they revealed not one true door, but the pattern in which all 7 doors must be touched in sequence. As the final door swung open, revealing a pathway downward into darkness absolute, Gorin paused. Whatever we find below, elf, know this: I no longer believe our people's estrangement was natural. Something has worked very hard to keep us at odds. Thelen nodded solemnly. The Shadow Lords thrive on division. United, perhaps we posed a greater threat. The vault, when they finally reached it, was a disappointment. The pedestal where the sword of Azura should have rested stood empty, its protective enchantments shattered, leaving only residual magic that crackled weakly in the stale air. We're too late, Gorin growled, smashing his fist against a nearby pillar in frustration. But Thelen had moved to the wall behind the pedestal, where ancient murals depicted the forging of the legendary weapon. His fingers traced the images with growing excitement. No, he contradicted. We've been misled. The sword was never the weapon itself, it was merely the key. Gorin joined him, squinting at the faded images. "What do you mean?" "Look here." Thelen indicated a sequence showing the sword being plunged into a swirling vortex. The sword opens a portal to the realm of the Shadow Lords. It doesn't sever our bond with them. It allows us to confront them directly in their own domain. The dwarf's expression shifted from confusion to dawning comprehension. "And Durax has taken it to open such a portal? Why would a servant of these lords want that?" "Not to confront them," Thelen realized with growing horror, "but to widen the passage to allow them fully into our world, bypassing the restrictions of the blood pact entirely." A slow clapping echoed through the vault chamber. Both companions spun to find the entrance blocked by a figure that only superficially resembled a dwarf. Lord Magistrate Durax stood before them, but his form seemed to shift and blur at the edges, as if struggling to maintain its shape. "Clever, clever creatures," Durax purred, his voice containing harmonics impossible for a dwarven throat to produce. "Figuring out so much, yet still missing the essential truth, which is?" Thelen demanded, subtly shifting his stance to a defensive position. Durax smiled, revealing teeth too sharp, too numerous for any mortal mouth. "That the Shadow Lords and the Void entities were always one and the same. The pact merely a way to prolong our feeding, to savor your world's essence rather than devour it all at once," the weeping walls, Gorin growled. "The golden sap, it's not just elven life force, is it? The very essence of your world bleeds through the weakening barriers between realms," Durax confirmed, his form continuing to distort, elongating grotesquely. "Soon the convergence will be complete, and we shall feast as never before, without warning." Gorin hurled his warhammer with all the legendary strength of dwarven kind. It struck Durax square in the chest and passed through him as if through smoke, embedding itself in the wall behind with a shower of stone fragments. "Physical weapons cannot harm me here." So close to the threshold between worlds, the creature laughed, advancing toward them with movements that seemed to skip and jump erratically through space. Thelen knocked an arrow to his bow, the enchanted silverwood humming with potential energy. "Then perhaps we need a different approach." As he loosed the arrow, he spoke a word of power, not elven magic, but something older, drawn from the very walls of this ancient chamber where elf and dwarf had once worked in harmony. The arrow ignited with blue-white fire, trailing sparks of impossible colors as it flew. This time, when it struck Durax, the creature screamed a sound that reverberated through multiple dimensions, causing reality itself to ripple around them. "The old alliance," Thelen called to Gorin, knocking another arrow. "My magic, your craft together." Understanding immediately, the dwarf retrieved his hammer, holding it before him as Thelen fired another arrow directly at the weapon. As arrow met hammer, Gorin channeled the essence of dwarven runecraft through the metal, transforming the elven magic into something new, a fusion of energies not seen in the world for 10 millennia. The blast threw all three of them backward, cracking the ancient floor of the vault. When the dust settled, Durax lay pinned against the wall, his form flickering between his dwarven disguise and something so alien that looking directly at it caused pain. "This changes nothing," the creature hissed through a mouth that kept relocating across what might have been its face. "The portal is already opening. The Sword of Azura awaits at the convergence point where your realms have drawn closest together. Even now, my brethren, prepare the final ritual." Thelen exchanged a glance with Gorin, silent understanding passing between them. "The storm clouds between our kingdoms," the elf murmured. "The compression of space, we can reach it," Gorin declared, retrieving his hammer from the debris. "If we go together," Thelen nodded, turning his back on the pinned creature. "The old roads beneath the borderlands. They may still exist." As they hurried from the chamber, Durax's laughter followed them, echoing with maddening discordance. Run, mortals. Race toward your doom. The convergence cannot be stopped. But perhaps Thelen thought as he and Goran ascended toward the upper levels of Kal Durham, it could be redirected. For the first time in 10,000 years, elf and dwarf moved with common purpose, their ancient enmity revealed as manipulation by forces beyond mortal comprehension. And in that newly forged alliance lay a power the Shadow Lords had feared enough to spend millennia keeping divided the true magic born, when pride gave way to friendship, when ancient enemies became brothers in arms against a darkness that threatened them all.